evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope all of you are having a good day. We have, granted, again, I put it out there on Twitter that because of work circumstances and everything, we try to start at 7. If not, we're starting by 9:30. So there you go. I was waiting for Star Trek Online to finish patching. Apparently, they have added or unlocked some stuff that required them to do a patch update and made some other changes and things of that nature that don't really affect me at all. So I hope everybody's having themselves a good day. Folks will notice that the emotes are back and fully functional and things of that nature, as my hair is, depending on the screen, is frizzy. Really depends on what's on the screen in front of me more than anything else. Tonight we're doing Star Trek Online. We're keeping up with our Cardassian, Major General Sura of the Klingon Empire, with the best dressed crew in the entire galaxy. And I think we're picking up with the Romulan story arc and stuff. Whoops, need to switch, turn that one off, and need to actually raise that volume. As opposed to the past several weeks where we actually kept it lowered. Alright, so let's strap ourselves in. So the emotes are back and fully active and things, which is good. And my day was all right.
Congratulations, General.
All right, your considerable accomplishments are acknowledged. And these are acknowledged too. All right. He is Aaron Gittith. Not sure if we are.
The Romulans researched Borg technology at a base known as the Vault. The Vault was abandoned in the chaos after the destruction of the Romulan homeworld. We sent a group of scout ships into the region a few years later, but they were lost in an ambush by an unknown vessel. Since then, we have been monitoring the region for signs of activity. Long-range sensors have detected energy spikes in the Hakona system, and Klingon intelligence believes that someone is bringing the Vault back online. I want you to find out who. I also want to know if there is any Borg technology or restricted weaponry on that base. Good luck, and good hunting.
Right. So we're dealing with this now. Okay, so let's see what we got here. We can get rid of that. If we had quantum torpedoes, that would be useful. I'm not using plasma weapons. Get rid of that. If I was using Tetrion weapons, that would be a good thing, but we're not. Anti-proton, we are not using anti-proton. What's this? This is... we don't have chronoton torpedoes. A blade of armor. That is... whoops. Not as good. Actually, if we switched to Tetrions, that would have been a nice boost there, but didn't realize I had that. Plasma turrets, again, we're not switching to plasma weapons, we are sticking with what we got. Initial dampeners. What's this? This is... control effects don't... well, we have a tractor beam, but... that... we need to head to Quonos, the first city. So, we're heading to Quonos. Then we have to head to the Akuna system. The Vault is actually a mission where you actually... it's one of the few missions you actually need a shuttle for. So it's nice in that regard. But like its Federation counterpart, it's sure as hell a lot of unneeded back and forth travel. There we go. Alright, can't even use those yet. But we have them. Hey, Hate, how's it going? How have you been, sir? Hiya, Friday. Friday? Oh, it's Thursday. I'm doing alright. Another late start due to work-related issues, but still. Emotes are back to reinstated with news like high-quality emotes for the channel. Got some artwork and things done. Oh, that well, at least that was done for me. So, all in all, pretty good. What's new in your neck of the woods? As we run through the first city and dealing with serious rubber banding with Star Trek Online tonight. We had some rubber banding issues last night. Not last night. Last week. Speak to Vishka. Our long-range sensors have only picked up limited information about the mysterious Vault Station. Based on our scans, it's a massive starbase, and a small ship like a fighter or shuttle could easily slip into the maintenance areas and possibly some of the interior. Since the Romulans excel at cloaking technology, Command has decided that cunning will be more important than strength. Your task will be to infiltrate the station via a shuttle or other small craft like a harmless globfly. Also, Republic Intelligence will be sending one of their best with you on this operation, Commander Tamara. She's been fully briefed and will transport to your vessel as soon as you are ready to depart for Hakona. I trust it will not be a problem, General. Could this be related to the Romulans' attempts to destabilize the Imperial houses? Unlikely. These days in the Romulan Star Empire, one hand doesn't know what the other is doing. As the Terrans say, if something arises that changes our estimation of this, you will be notified. Why not simply attack the station and take what we want? A station of that size would be too dangerous to make a main force attack without a massive investment of ships. And how would we garrison and hold it once captured? It is simply too large to easily staff, notwithstanding the trouble of disarming traps and dealing with captured Romulans and their strange technologies. We have no way of knowing what kind of fleet might be stationed there. Perhaps nothing, perhaps a main wing of the Star Empire's navy. We need information before we commit to a battle. What can I expect at the vault? The station itself is too large to cloak. Our weapons engineers indicate that scans have detected signs of Borg weaponry and Thalaron technology. There was also some combat in that area shortly after the Hobus supernova, but now it has been quiet. What if I need support? The IKS Azatbur will remain cloaked at the edge of Romulan space and ready for a rapid incursion and pickup if the need should arise. In the event of overwhelming enemy force, of course, we expect you to either make a clever escape or die gloriously. No more questions. Good hunting. Remember, you must use a shuttle, fighter, or other small craft so that you can explore the vault itself. Size apparently does matter. Ah ha ha. Wow, the rubber banding. And the reason for the drawback perspective is, kind of is like you see more of the general area instead of the actual back of the character. Transporter room. To the shipyard. Whee! Hee 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 hee. I provide information on shuttle and small craft, and if you lose your Dujat chariot or commander's gig, I will help you. I was told to report to you. I can provide you with the necessary information on shuttles in general, so feel free to ask whatever you wish. When you're ready to actually claim your shuttle, you will need to speak with a ship and shuttle requisition officer. I'm here to help you choose a vessel. What would you like to know? We need a ship. But we need a small craft. We'll take this for the ship. The Romulan shuttle. Alright. So let's head back to... we'll go to the transporter room. Yeah, that was a smart move. It actually gives us... a little... gives us 360-degree firing. Beam me back to the ship. To the ship, I say. Tomorrow night, Trials of Mana is of course on our agenda. We finished chapter 2. Again, we're heading to the Hakona system. The vault has been emitting strange radiations. Story arc wise, despite the level, folks, we are here. So the goal would be to try and knock out all 5 of these missions tonight. Of course, things would be real interesting with the Cardassian struggle arc. Da-da. We cruise along. Since we are a tactical captain, means we have a few things that work in and against our favor here.
Obviously, this station isn't as abandoned as Intel suspected. Sensors are reading several Riemann ships in the area, and that's just the ones that we can spot. That station is immense. It must have taken an incredible amount of manpower and technology to build it. It's almost the size of a small moon.
That is no moon.
Sensors are reading a sophisticated tachyon detection network, as well as several patrolling vessels. For an abandoned station, this facility certainly has a lot of activity. My people are experts at stealth technology. If we want to approach unseen, we must avoid confrontation and find a way to evade or jam their sensor grid. We must assume that if we engage the ships here, they'll notify whoever is left on the station, and it may become difficult to find an entry point.
Right, so we need stealth and guile. And we can cloak.
Indications are that this vessel was refitted for asteroid mining. Apparently, a containment failure in the engine core led to a massive radiation surge.
Oh, sucks
The
for
engine
them.
went into emergency shutdown, but all of the couplings and injectors were burned out. The crew probably died due to instant radiation burns. It looks like the vessel was stripped for parts and left derelict.
Yeah, science officers could do more with that. We can't, however. Huh. Subspace booster relay.
Looks like they left this satellite as a communications booster for their short-range worker shuttles. Fortunately for us, it's still active. Unfortunately, it's heavily encrypted. Traffic analysis shows that the network routes its communications through a series of nodes at the station's dorsal peaks. If we flood them with excessive signal, it could cause the network to be unable to handle any signal traffic, which would give us a brief window to slip in. The alerts wouldn't go off because the station would never get the signal. We'll still have to avoid the patrols and make sure we don't get too close to the station until we make the broadcast.
Sounds like a plan. Full impulse power.
Approaching the tachyon grid perimeter. If we're detected by station sensor hub, jammed.
There you go. Take a sit.
Picking up some unusual energy readings. We'll need to explore the accessible interior areas and see what we can find. Looks like there's another access conduit across from us. We'll have to think three-dimensionally in here. Sensor readings are also picking up a few scattered life signs.
Right, so let's begin our search.
We've tripped some security systems.
That happened. Scan the bulkhead doors.
The doors are a massive set of interior bulkhead doors. They're segmenting the different parts of the base. Possibly a safety measure in case something went wrong in one of the central areas. Access appears to be controlled by use of security keys. We can disable it if we can find a code block that matches part of a security key.
Good to know.
This defense turret was hooked into part of the security network. There's a security code in its subsystem. Code block 6750.
Moving along. There's actually multiple ways to do this.
The security node for this block of empty residences includes a code key. Block 9904.
Alright, that's 3.
I'm reading life signs in some of these living quarters. Interesting.
Oh, who are you and what do you want? What are you doing here? I'm investigating dangerous energy readings coming from this station. There's nothing left here, just a giant derelict. It would be best if you left before you find yourself in the middle of something terrible, Cardassian. If the station is derelict, why are there people here? While the military may be strong, survivors from the death of our homeworld are still recovering. Those with powerful allies have fled to more secure colony planets, but common people like me have to make do as best we can without the supplies and protections of the military or the aid of our fleets. We survive where we can and take what we must. It is a miserable, wretched existence. What would you have of me? I'm scavenging a living here, and things are worse since the Remans arrived. They kill us wherever they find us, the ungrateful beast. If you could spare shield generator provisions and medical supplies, I would gladly tell you what I know. I will consider your offer. Then. I have brought the supplies that you requested. Very well. As far as I know, the station was a research facility for various illicit technologies. I'm not sure what kind of secrets the military kept here, but some of us have scavenged up useful components or even weapons. The station has its own power supply, although many areas are dangerous or secured against intruders, or under the control of the Remans now. Lahara, one of the other survivors living here, said that he saw some kind of automatic cybernetic technology closer to the station core. I don't know what that would be, but he said it looked dangerous. Charva, a doctor, said this area was still safe for habitation, but further out, one of the pylons was emitting dangerous amounts of radiation. To reach the deeper parts of the station, you will need to bypass the containment force field. It uses a cycling time security lock. So if you have a key code sequence, you must synchronize your key with the check. I have a personal override code that will bypass the synchronization check. I will give you this data. May the elements watch over you. Thank you for the information. Elder Shuttle. And we are properly ignored.
The security key is on a rotation. Each code block matches a piece of one key. Key in the appropriate code when the rotation matches to it. Trying a code on the wrong rotation will probably invalidate that code, so be careful with the timing.
Input code 3449.
That's it. Well done. We should be able to bypass the system and gain access now. There's still power in most of the station. Some of these conduits are damaged. Keep an eye out for energy discharges. Microgravity storage crates, mostly construction supplies. No weapons or unusual energy signatures.
Good to know. Should have been able to examine the fighter. I don't know why. Didn't. Take them out from a distance.
Integrity below 75%.
We travel forward, further into the depths of the vault.
Above us, that's a Borg sphere. The Tal Shiar must have used this base as a storage facility and research area for Borg technology. Electrical discharges, probably from ionization leaking from the sphere and research nodes. We should be cautious about flying too close to them.
Yeah, it's an important thing to note.
The Borg sphere is dormant, like it's been put to sleep. It's not the source of the strange readings that long-range scans detected. Looks like the sphere's hooked into part of the local systems network. We should be able to exit through the other doors now. Probably a safety precaution to keep them locked.
Right. So, we go down. And we hit them hard. Do 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 do.
Quiet in this area. Too quiet.
But so far-y, so goody. Picking up unusual energy readings from the other side of that pillar.
This is disturbing. We're looking at a facility used to build Thalaron weapons. If the Remans have infiltrated this base, they may be trying to secure those weapons.
So our intruder finally arrives at the heart of the matter.
Who are you?
Have you seen? Does it really matter? Call me Obasek, if a name is that important to you.
What are you doing here?
That should be obvious. I intend to make use of this station to further my agenda. Your presence, however, is a bit more curious. I expect that you're operating under the shroud of Empress Sela, whether you realize it or not.
I'm here to investigate unusual scanner readings from this station.
Doubtless you have discovered the source of those readings. Understand that I have little desire to unleash this sort of destruction, but my hand is forced. The Reman people will only be liberated if we are able to make a clear and decisive stand against the Romulans. The technology of this station will allow us to do so.
The Klingon Empire would welcome the chance to do battle against the Romulans as allies of the Remans.
Klingon allegiance is to whatever cause or ally that will provide them with battle and conquest. I will not trade the Romulan yoke upon my people for a new one of Klingon design.
Even if you succeed, you must find a way to normalize relations. You will need allies.
I will deal with the future when it arrives. For me, there is no tomorrow until my people are free. However, I respect your commitment to your position. It's a shame we are at cross purposes.
I am afraid our time is at an end. My associates have already finished loading the Thaleron weapons that we need, and I have other operations to manage. I think we both know what happens now. May your death be quick and valorous.
There is an unusual glitch as relates to Romulan weapons, is that the plasma weapons don't always show that they fire. Caught him. That advantage we have here back away is we can cloak. Thus we can avoid certain unpleasantness.
Warning, ship is under attack.
Or at least that was the plan.
Right shield's failing.
Excuse me. Again, we can avoid detection. Just slip on through. Oh shit, that lock is busted.
Blast the door locks.
Ship is under attack. Target shield has failed. Core shields failing. Rear shields failing.
Yeah, I forgot that was a thing. Scooting along.
Warning. Ship is under attack.
Wait, my cloak got knocked offline.
We need to alert the KDF to Opus X plan. Once we are clear of the station interior, we can send a message by using the subspace booster satellite. Then we will have little choice but to keep the Remans occupied until reinforcements can arrive. I suggest evasive action when that occurs. Though you may feel otherwise, I do not believe today is a good day to die.
It is a good day to dine.
Reinforcements have arrived and are just past that nebula. We don't have much time. We need to meet with our allies and stop that ship.
Right. Into the nebula.
IKS, we are now in the micronebula.
Alright, we are to engage everything. Fire at will. The static is quite noticeable. Hey, Klein. Klein, did you do something to your name? Because it is displaying very weird.
Rear shields failing.
Yeah, you might want to figure out. Yeah, it did. You might want to reset your name back because that underscore thing is just definitely does not look good. Not only that, it will make it impossible for like when you're streaming or anything. It just makes it like if somebody is typing in something, is looking for a streamer thing, that's what it says. Yo, always my philosophy is just like on anything as an account, you want to make it as simple for people to remember as possible. And yeah. Highly encourage that.
That was a glorious explosion! Probably the Medaleron weapons carried aboard the ship. We are going to leave the system under high warp to draw off any reinforcements that might come looking. Suggest you return to Klingon space.
Right? And we'll depart the system here. So we're looking at it. Yep. And all the emotes should be back in working order. So we're heading back to the Chrono Systems. Yep. I personally, yeah, I get the idea of people wanting to like change their stuff, but if you're getting known by one thing for so long, just keep it. It makes things so much simpler. Yep. Like I said, the subtle changes you may not notice, but the emote's a little bit more brighter, they're a little bit more detailed and everything. Yeah, too. The big thanks to Damon's Wolf for not just sending over new variants of those emotes, but also completing 3 new ones, as well as a big character piece, which y'all probably seen on Twitter. Boy. And remember what I said, folks. I hate the 9:30 start because of when I end my streams. Yes, I could probably end my streams at a shorter time. However, you know, you try and, you know, give folks the full thing, full experience and everything. I mean, I try to give a quality broadcast that lasts several hours. Oh, that time? I didn't even have the dashboard up. So the ad time is up. 30-second break. Klein, thank you very much for your giving the go ahead there. Mark that as complete. So we don't know what ads are actually showing, however. I mean, things that I know that have been advertised are toilet paper and beer. Beam down to the first city. We're heading along. So tonight, another easy night of Star Trek Online, as we are in the Romulan mystery story arc. It actually is a Samsung phone end is on a lot too. Yeah, I use a Samsung phone, so I can understand that. I suppose we should expect that the Romulans would research weapons like Thalaron technology. This division with the Remans, though, could be exploited. I'm sure that Tamek would have me analyzing data for the next several days. Drop by again to see what we've uncovered. A civil war may well be brewing between the Romulans and the Remans, and we could use this as a wedge to break off some parts of the Star Empire, or at the very least keep them so busy that we can stabilize our borders and commit our forces elsewhere. Between Sela and this new warrior on the scene, Obasek, the Romulans and the Remans are pitted in a battle between two charismatic leaders. Still, a conflict of this scope usually isn't the sort planned by raw revolutionaries and partisans. Someone has an eye on the trigger, on the bigger picture, and we need to make sure that there isn't a hidden hand. And on that note, I think we're through here. Kapla. Alright, Klein.
Excellent. We need to learn more about the conflict between Obasek and the Romulans. If Sela is stupid enough to wage war against our own vassals, we might be able to use the conflict to our advantage. You were right, however, to destroy the Thalaron weapons. They are the tools of a coward. I would rather look my enemy in the eye as he dies. Klingon intelligence will be working to decode the list of possible targets you acquired from the base's databanks. The next step is to find out why the Remans want to attack these locations.
Congratulations, General.
Tell me more about the Remans and why they would attack the Romulans.
The Remans are used to dealing with Romulans. Like an abused targ, they now fear all who approach. I had great hopes for the Remans in the days after Shinzon's rebellion and the destruction of Romulus. They threw off their shackles and stood as the Romulans' equals. The High Council even considered an alliance with the Remans, but they were too suspicious and paranoid for much to come of it.
It is better this way. The Remans' fear makes them weak.
Next mission?
Intelligence has decoded the list of Reman targets that you recovered from the vault. I want you to infiltrate one of these targets and determine why Obasek would attack it. The Vahar system is still technically part of the Romulan Star Empire, but Ferengi speculators have moved in, and the Empress has done nothing to remove them. The big-eared little money grubbers have reopened the mines and are now doing business with anyone with latinum. You will go to the Vahar system under the pretense of negotiating a trade deal for the Empire. Talk to Madron, the operator of the mines. Convince him to allow you access. Find out all you can. Once we know why Obasek and the Remans are targeting these mines, then we will know how to proceed.
Right. So. We got that going for us. Where would you like to go? Return me to my ship. Alright. As we Prepare to leave the system. We're heading to the Hafar system, which is pretty far, or it's actually Hanar. Yeah, we take a long route of traveling, a long way of traveling. No, I just realized we did not. I hit the wrong thing because these things kind of. Anyway. What's happening in the world right now besides Donald Trump pissing me right the fuck off? Do 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 do. Alright. I do find it funny that there used to be a time where certain things would not appear on the in sector space until after you reach certain objectives in the story, but there's a transwarp gate. Because they basically made that folks can do the story arcs in any order, which is not the smart way to do it. Captain, the Remans were targeting a magnesite mine in this area, but the list we recovered didn't have its exact coordinates. I know we're in the right area, but all of the moons in the system are inhabited and our sensors are being affected by the magnesite. We'll need to contact each moon to determine which one the Remans were actually targeting.
Melanie Dion and her minions may have sworn fealty to the Klingon Empire, but we did not. I've been need for no one. Leave now or be destroyed.
This dude is talking shit as we are blowing up his people. Probably not wise. This is what happens when you don't pledge allegiance to the Klingon Empire. Onward! That reminds me, I forgot to set the duty officers. Do that after this mission.
This moon is private property. No solicitors, beggars, or Klingons allowed.
These people are rude and insolent. This is a ship of the Klingon Empire. They should speak to us with more respect.
Hello, my good friends. I'm so happy to meet you. Perhaps you are in the market for some high-quality magnesite? We have the finest ore in the quadrant. On behalf of the miners and residents here, I'm more than happy to welcome you to our home. Please transport to the surface. Unfortunately, the large amount of extremely pure magnesite ore in the core of our little world will interfere with your sensors. For safety reasons, I must insist that you use the transporter signal enhancers that I have installed at my own expense. Also, I know Klingons are fond of their battle parties, but could you please restrict the number of crew you bring down to the surface? My people here aren't used to strangers, and you wouldn't want to disrupt their work, would you?
Yes, we would like to disrupt their work. We are ready to beam down on your command, Captain. A Cardassian and a Gorn beamed down onto a planet full of Romulans and Ferengi.
Did you need something?
What are you doing here?
It's a long story. After the destruction of Romulus, I joined a group of colonists looking for a new place to settle. We chose to form a new agrarian community on Viranot, a pastoral world on the edge of Romulan space. Our colony was attacked and destroyed. I managed to evade the attackers and get off-world with a small group of people. My luck ran out here, and I've been stuck ever since.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a biochemist by trade. I specialize in hemocyanin, a division of hematology, working with copper-based blood. On Viranot, I handled a lot of issues related to food compatibility and local biochemistry. These days, I mostly handle minor medical issues and nutritional deficiencies for the people living here. I can't afford passage off of this moon. I've managed to stay out of debt, but I don't know how long that will last.
Have you heard anything strange locally?
This whole mining facility is nothing but strange. That Ferengi, Madron, rides everyone hard to make a profit. But just when it looks like things will get too bad, he turns around and does something generous. Folks have occasionally disappeared, and not by leaving on a ship. People here for weeks or months will suddenly vanish. People talk about seeing strange things, or being kept out of parts of the mine by the guards. There's something deeper in those mines. I'm sure of it.
Alright. Let's speak with Madron. He's kind of like a big-eared fellow. Huge ears. Head like a butt. Are you Madron?
On behalf of everyone on this forsaken rock, let me be the first to welcome you to Hathara. As you can see, we don't have time for pleasantries, and I'm not sharing my Tranya stash with you. So, why don't we skip the chit-chat and get down to business?
Of course, I've heard you are an excellent source of magnesite. What makes your mine better than the others in the sector?
Unfortunately, I cannot call this mine my own. I'm just a middleman. Out of the goodness of my heart, I help the residents here pass on the products of their hard work to commercial entities such as yourself. The minuscule transaction fee and trade tariff I keep to offset my expenses is figured into the unit cost of the ore. My operation has become one of the best in the area because of the high demand for my services from both sides. I provide the best mining equipment and supplies in the sector to the miners, while my customers get competitive pricing on the ore they need.
Do you have any more information about the mines themselves?
I don't pay much attention to that. Miners have empty carts and they return with ones filled with ore. If you're that interested, you could visit the mines themselves, but I don't recommend it. It's such a dirty, disagreeable business. And I'm convinced that breathing ore dust for too long is terrible for you. The miners who live near my quarters used to keep me up night after night with their dreadful coughing. I had to install soundproofing just to get some sleep. Are you sure you wouldn't rather look at the ore I have for sale?
Thanks, but I'd like to talk to the miners first.
Really?
Sorry, folks. I just needed to,
just remember, I have an exclusive contract to export magnesite ore from this moon.
Be active on social media and so forth.
You'll regret it.
I just have a few questions before I conduct any business. I'll be back when I'm done. Madron won't answer any questions about why the Remans might be targeting this place for fear of scaring us away from a possible sale. Perhaps if we ask some of the locals about what's going on here, they'll be able to provide more information. So we gotta speak to the miners. Miners, not miners. Huh? One of my favorite jokes from Galaxy Quest. We don't see strangers here very often. What do you want? Tell me about your life here.
What can I say? We exist. I mine because there's nothing but rocks on this forsaken planet. If I'm lucky, I dig enough ore to make my quota and Madron pays me. If he pays me, I can eat and have a warm place to sleep. If we don't make our quotas, there's nothing. Even if I do have latinum, most of it goes to Madron to pay my debts, and the rest he takes in exchange for the supplies he imports. I would leave, but I owe too much to Madron to ever earn enough to buy my passage off this place. Besides, where would I go?
Tell me about Madron.
Every morning, the first thing I do when I wake is curse that Ferengi's name. Madron found this moon about 2 years after the destruction of the homeworld. Most of our equipment was broken or useless, the supplies were gone, and we were starving. After some negotiations, Madron had his contract and we had food. We're supposed to be working with him, but he's the only one who benefits from our labor. Madron owns the only working ship here, so no supplies come in without him. He negotiates all of the ore contracts, so most of the latinum goes into his pocket. And he sets the prices for food, medicine, and equipment. So everyone here owes him more than we can ever repay. He owns us now. I hate him for that. but I can't live without him.
Why don't you just fight Madron and take back what is yours?
A few people tried to take Madron's ship once, when he was sleeping off the Tranya he drinks. It has a biometric lock. Nothing on the ship responds to anyone but him. So what would we gain by fighting? A moon full of rocks and no one to sell them to? No food and no way to get more? No way to leave and no hope? I hate Madron, but because of him, my children don't cry out in hunger or shiver from the cold.
Do you get help from the Empire?
The Empire? What Empire? Our empire turned to dust with the loss of the homeworld. If you're rich or in the military, then maybe there's something. I hear the people in Seela's shining city and the Rator system live quite well, as long as they obey her commands. For the rest of us, there's nothing but dust and regret.
Right. It's clearly an issue.
I can't talk to you. I can't talk to anyone. I'm on the run. And if those thugs see me talking to you, then you'll be in danger too.
Is there something I can do to help?
I need someone who's not afraid of a fight. There's a group here that's beating and stealing from us. Madron doesn't do anything to stop it. For all I know, he's getting a cut of everything they take. They're making life miserable for all of us. Would you be willing to help?
Help me in.
There's a group of bullies that have been stealing from us. If we don't give them what they want, they beat us. I had a friend. All he was trying to do here was feed his family. Be a good man. He had an old bottle of ale. He said it was from the homeworld. One of those thugs wanted it. Now, my friend is dead. I'm too weak to stop them, I know that. And now I have my friend's children to feed in addition to my own. But if someone were to teach them a lesson, this camp would be a better place for all of us.
Right. We need to beat up some thugs. We're going to have to teach these folks to be a star. Now. Right. So one group of bullies eliminated. Another group of bullies eliminated.
Enemy targets on sensor. Personal shield losing power.
Right. So the bullies have been dealt with. Don't be a bully. That hurts.
Thank you. Those guys have been giving everyone a lot of trouble. These thugs are part of a larger group that operates deep inside the magnesite mine. They control the lower levels, and no one who goes down there uninvited ever comes back. I don't know what's so important down there that's worth hurting us to protect it. Maybe if you went down there, you could get some answers.
Alright. Gang Violence Task Force. Need to speak to Madron.
You want to go in the mine? Are you really interested in buying any magnesite? Or are you just here to cause trouble?
Both.
Because if it's the latter, I know someplace you can start a little ruckus. There's a gang that controls the bottom levels of the mine. They won't even let me in there. Previously, I allowed them to keep their little kingdom in exchange for information. But lately, they've been more trouble than they're worth. And the intel they're feeding me is useless. Honestly, who doesn't know about the Breen invasion of Teferi space?
I'll take that information to heart. To the mine! Everybody in the hole! I was gonna talk to him. Gotta love that jump back. Well, rude. Come on. Captain, there are a series of pressure plates located in this area. They're low-tech, but the Romulans may have had to resort to outdated security measures because of interference from the magnesite veins in this cavern. The problem is that the magnesite is making our tricorders almost useless. If there is anything on this moon that the Romulans would want to eliminate badly enough to use Thalaron weapons, it has has to be here. And we're going to have to figure out how to use the pressure plates to reveal whatever the Romulans are trying to protect. I suspect that we need to activate 2 of them to open the door. Yes. You stand there. You stand here. Not exactly the most subtle door.
I give the orders here, Commander. You are out of line.
With all due respect, sir, there is a difference between protecting the Empire from her enemies and provoking
There
them.
is much here you do not understand, Jack. The Remans need to know their place. As do you. I will not forget your insubordination, Commander. The Tal Shiar has no place for officers who cannot follow orders.
The Gorn
I'll
shrug.
be in the command center.
Colonel, they were civilians. Their blood is on our hands.
Get used to it. There will be more. Speaking of which, why don't you clean out the brig before you become a resident there?
The analysts in this room look completely engaged in their work. I wouldn't be surprised if we can sneak past them without being noticed. Yeah, we technically would, but our drone was killing people.
I almost feel sorry for you, but I have my own neck to worry about. I'll be joining you in there soon enough. If Hakiv has his way, we all will.
Just realized that nearly went off.
Enough! I surrender. I value my life more than the Tal Shiar's secrets. I'll tell you anything you want to know. But first, you must tell me why you are here and what you want.
Why does the Reman Resistance want to destroy this base?
The Remans know about this base? Impossible!
Hey, Final, how are you?
Only the leadership of the Tal Shiar know we're here. The Empress herself couldn't find us. I don't believe you, but it makes no difference. This is not a military installation. We listen and record here. Nothing more.
Enough
There are
of
many
these
targets
lies.
that those Reman scum would find much more tempting. Are you sure you want to end things like this?
Yes! What's good, Final Nightmare? doing good? Good to hear. It's the mother of all Hordas. No kill I. No kill I. The messages burn deep into the floor of the chamber as it sizzles around the edges of the letters. Da 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 da. Kind of just like tore all the way straight through. There's like an actual investigative thing that's supposed to take place, but we kind of skipped past it. The hole is tunneling through solid magnesite. It's too precise to be one of the mining tunnels, and there's a slight trace of silicon residue. Curious. There are not many creatures that could do something like this. We were drilling near when we broke through a wall into a chamber that hadn't appeared on our scans. Blasted magnesite, it blocks everything. Sensors, tricorders, they're all useless. The chamber is large and should be suitable for an expansion of the base. There are several spherical orbs in it. We have yet to determine the nature of these orbs, but Janet thinks they are pretty. She kept one for her quarters. I've asked for permission to study the orbs. They remind me of a Federation report I read once. I can't remember the details, but it has something to do with the Janus system. Yeah, just watch the episode Devil in the Dark and you get like the full details, as they say. Ensign Krimim is dead. Hakiv ordered him to explore the tunnel as we found organic remains and his fully discharged disruptor was nearby. It looked like he had been melted. I think we should wall off the section of the mine and not disturb the creatures down here. 6 people have already died. 5 were miners and therefore expendable, but Krimim showed promise. I know that in time he would have been a fine officer. I've asked Colonel Hakiv to request reinforcements. If he's determined to kill people exploring this mine, let him kill recruits. Excuse me. Observation from the holofeed and listening close. Hephaestus. Janik is fighting with Hakiv again. Hakiv takes shuttles and leaves base for 2 days. Long-range sensors mark his progress in neutral zone. 6 miners held for questioning. Chief Medical Officer reports 2 cases of Levidian flu. 6 encrypted messages sent from Colonel Hakiv's console to unknown recipient. Recommend that the transmissions be investigated further. Observe from captive hollow recordings in the Delta Quadrant. Resistance is futile. Observers from Holofeed on Cardassia Prime. The Tapa Council petitions Federation to fund Lacarian city infrastructure projects. 47 injured and bombing at University of Galat. True Way claims responsibility for attack. The Tapa Council passes bill allowing Cardassian government to seize assets of persons convicted of terrorist activity. Councillor Maran Mokanda resigns. Starfleet sending advisors to Cardassia Prime to advise government on security issues. Councillor Evalia introduces resolution calling for Cardassia to apply for Federation membership. Bill stalls in committee. Ministry of Trade extends agreements with Ferengi to market Cardassian-made transport vessels and phaser banks. Observed from holofeeds on Quonos, Chancellor Jimpak facing increasing challenges from members of the High Council loyal to the House of Martok. Alliance between House of Jimpak and House of Duras is weak. Situation is highly exploitable. Recommend we seek agents on Quonos. Many members of this commendated House of Torg have been absorbed into the House of Duras. KDF leadership angered by High Council's mandate to work more closely with Klingon intelligence. Pakiri forces in region massing under new leadership. Melanie Dion's seen entering home of Drex, son of Martok. Gorn pushed for representation on High Council rejected. Observed from captured holofeed in Earth space dock, Captain Sulu has applied for transfer to the front lines of Klingon conflict. Admiral Quinn, under medical care for a heart condition, intercepted Starfleet medical records indicate the condition is fully treatable and not a suitable target for exploitation. 7th Fleet enter neutral zone as part of routine series of exercises. Franklin Drake heading extended operations in Edda Eddadani. Starfleet Command considering new tactics in conflict with True Way. Starfleet Intelligence concerned with rise in war profiteering by independent Ferengi and Doppelterians. Observed from holofeed on Rator 3. Increased power use in Royal Palace indicates that lower levels may be in use. Senator Shemek is accepting bribes in exchange for slowing progress on trade agreements. Erosion representatives met with Sela. Reman representatives removed from Senate chamber. Opposition leader Titan assassinated. 3 unification proponents arrested. Agents for Sela met with True Way leaders near Badlands. Observed from the live intelligence in Republic space. Archaeological activity indicates that a recent excavation has revealed an unexpected high-value find. Attempts to capture colonists of punitive Mo-Rihan meeting with resistance from mixed forces. Federation Starbase 234 engaging in defensive training exercises. Long-range social destabilization of Akamarian culture underway. Tholian activity correlated with temporal anomalies near Azure Nebula. Cloaked assets monitoring construction of listening posts in Jarrett system. Well, that's all the things that was happening elsewhere in the universe. Alright, time to run. Nightly jog. That's the trouble with bad guys when they say, this is gonna be your tomb, and then they leave. They don't notice that the people are escaping. Not to mention these rocks that are falling, they are basically like styrofoam. They bounce. Oops. All right. Let's go find Madron. Put the wrap up on this mission.
My mind! What have you done to my mind?
There was an infestation of Tal Shiar spies in there. I just fumigated it.
Tal Shiar? I'm shocked. I had no idea. I certainly wouldn't have sent you down there if you... Hey, you didn't happen to find anything valuable down there, did you? Because if you did, remember, I have an exclusive contract.
Stop with the lies, Madron. I know you knew who and what was down there.
And what's it to you? This is a rough area of the Quadrant, you know, and they're good neighbors. If you're not easily embarrassed, their cameras and listening devices are everywhere. I haven't had a single problem with Orions or Herodians since they moved in. And it doesn't hurt that I acquired the odd bit of information here and there. I'm a businessman, and information is big business.
Do you know anything about what they recently discovered?
Unfortunately, no. I'll admit, I was trying to find out, but their systems were locked down tight. I'm sure whatever it was had to be big news. Everyone was on edge. Janik and Hakiv were barely speaking, and I once heard Hakiv mumbling something about orders. Someone's been pulling his strings, but I don't know who. I do know that Tal Shiar takes security very seriously. If you manage to pull any files from their system, you can expect them to be heavily encoded. Trust me on that. I speak from experience.
Huh.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go talk 100 Romulans into digging a new mine to replace the one you destroyed. My profit margin for this month is ruined.
Treat those miners well, Madron, or I'll be back. Madron didn't seem to know much, Captain, or at least he's not willing to part with what information he knows without being paid. I don't think he can help us anymore. We should return to the ship and try our luck at decrypting the files we recovered from the Tal Shiar. I'm sure that we will be more that they will be more useful than anything Madron has to say. All right. Do 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 do. All right. There we go. Decipher Tal Shiar files. 5 files uploaded. Open Fiverr. Fervor. Activities of note in Klingon space. Emperor Kahless has been spotted in Breen space. Chancellor Yimpak has a potential adversary in Girard. The House of Turek was brought before the High Council for commendation by the House of Martok. The Forcus 3 Battler Tournaments has a new champion. Well, we know a little bit about that. Cross-reference with Klingon intelligence records. The House of Turek lost its seat on the Klingon High Council after evidence was revealed the House leaders collaborated with the Romulans to attack the House of Martok. So it's acts of treasons. Alright. Open file Plethora. Notable activity in the United Federation of Planets. Federation Embassy established on Defera Prime. Federation Council extends aid to Cardassian Prime and agrees to continue defense pact. Klingon Federation peace talks disrupted at Regalius 4. Vulcan Ambassador Soketh retires to Monastery Al Pajem. Cross-reference. Klingon forces raided the Monastery Al Pajem and exposed Ambassador Soketh as an unneeded infiltrator. Alright. Alright. Presidian. Chain of command of Tal Shiar listening posts is Commanding Officer Commander Hakim, Executive Officer Commander Janek, Medical Officer Lieutenant Levok, Engineering Officer Lieutenant Taudris. Cross-reference with Klingon intelligence. There is no reference document with which this to compare in the Klingon intelligence database. Analyze the file structure. Partial number sequence found in officer IAD numbers. The sum of the previous two file is referenced by another file. Change faulty information. 3-4, which change just to this. Referendum. Notable actions in the Romulan Senate. Senate votes to give Emperor Sela power to override rulings of imperial courts. Ambassador Jarak visits Endoria. Reman rebels attack transports in Iota Pavonis. Senate ratifies new tax on dilithium. Cross-reference. Klingon intelligence has no record of Ambassador Jarak visiting Endoria. Alright. Alright. Analyze the... let's see. Morbi Lobertus. Present port... oh. Analyze file structure. File is encrypted using a multivariable passkey that references the other files uploaded. Apply the passkey. File reciprocity. Secret Reman base detected in the Dara system. Listening posts have Pestis has detected an increase in subspace communication and ships traveling to and from the Dara system. Analysis of the communication and ship traffic reveal patterns of obfuscation normally employed by Reman forces. Tal Shiar forces then intercepted a ship leaving the Dara system and captured 47 Reman civilians. The passengers and crew were summarily executed under orders of Colonel Hakiv. The captain and first officer were preserved for questioning. Under interrogation, the captain of the Riemann vessel provided a security key that could be used to decipher encrypted communications sent to the Dara system. This cryptic messages proved that there is a base in the area of space being used by the Riemann resistance. Recommendation: Tal Shiar's ship should be sent to the Dara system immediately to capture this base and its inhabitants. The Tal Shiar is planning an attack on the Riemann base. We need to get this information to Temek in the Great Hall on Kronos immediately. Held Temek at the Great Hall.
Obisek is justified in his anger. The Tal Shiar records you recovered from their listening post indicate that they have been tormenting the Riemans for months. Their bases have been attacked, their ships destroyed, and their families killed or imprisoned. There is no more honorable reason to pick up a blade than to defend your home and family. However, Obisek was willing to use Thaleron weapons to destroy a handful of Tal Shiar operatives. Using a hammer to swat a globfly is not the warrior's way. It is madness.
Madness.
Congratulations, General.
The mines in the Hafar system are ripe for conquest.
It is good that you look at the world with a conqueror's eye. There is much there that would be of use to us. Plentiful resources, a ready workforce, a place to prepare our ships to strike at Sila's forces. I will take your proposal to the High Council. If they agree, perhaps you will have the honor of leading the invasion force.
Frozen. This mission, you just got to let it go.
We know from the information you recovered from the Vahar system that the Tal Shiar are planning to attack a Riemann settlement in the Dara system. We have an opportunity to reach the settlement first. I want you to go to the Dara system and learn more about the Riemann uprising. The Riemans will have hidden their base, so you may have to use subterfuge to find it. I suspect that this affair is more than simple squabbling. The Tal Shiar either have something to gain from persecuting the Riemans, or they are under orders to do so. I want to know which it is.
Both. Alright, there's a red alert event thing and we are going to take part in it.
Zenkethi are sending a fleet towards this planet. We believe they intend to bombard it with protomatter torpedoes. It's up to us to stop them. Our engineers placed some defense satellites in orbit, but there aren't enough to protect the planet. You need to make sure that no protomatter torpedoes reach that planet. None. One hit, and it's all over. They will send a vanguard to take out the satellites before...
Hey, great. Here
all
they come.
ships, this is Martok. Prepare for battle.
This is Captain Zencrovel. Purge that planet at once.
Get their cruisers first. They're the backbone of a Zenkethi fleet.
Ignore the Butcher. Concentrate fire on the planet. I will deal with him later.
Destroy enemy battleships to bring out their dreadnoughts. They're launching protomatter torpedoes. Destroy them and take out those ships.
Gotta hit him hard and fast. Come on, give me some full speed. There we go.
This has gone on far the Butcher and his ally.
There's the Senkethi flagship. Destroy it at once.
Much action and close point. A point blank range.
Excellent work. Not a single one of their torpedoes hit the mark. The Senkethi will think twice about trying such an attack again. Still, they are stubborn. And they crave revenge almost as strongly as a Klingon. They may try such a bold attack again. Be ready for it.
How did we do? Planet saved. Satellites, alright.
Excellent
It's a
work.
fine victory. Oh, there you go. Greetings, General. The Republic is in need of your aid with the Iconian gates below New Romulus. We don't know nothing about that yet. Alright, there we go. Take us to the Dara system. Get some assignments assigned too, which we did not do tonight. My mistake. Like $170. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? General, the Remans are jamming our sensors, and there is no way to determine where their base is located without assistance. We need a guide. Sensors are picking up a communications satellite nearby. We should be able to modify it to emit a signal that the Remans will think is from one of their ships. When the Remans send someone to investigate the signal, we can get a sensor lock on their ship and follow them back to their base. This micro nebula is limiting sensor function. We can use it to hide from the Reman ship when we send the fake distress signal. Oh, sweet Linda! Thank you very much for the sub. And sweet Linda, who does a lot of gaming, either PC or Xbox. All around awesome person. Played some Overwatch with her last Saturday morning. Or wait, last Sunday morning. She does little Valorant. She's tried Minecraft Dungeons. I actually picked that up myself. I'm looking forward to checking that out. And I got to do a little bit of shot calling, you know. On that. Yeah, I got it on the console side. So I'm assuming it's crossplay because it's Microsoft and they released it and stuff like that, so I'm not sure how that works. So I have it, I just have to install it, try it out, all that good stuff. But how are you, sweet? The modifications are complete, General. When we trigger the transmission, the Reman should think it's from a vessel that is losing power and needs assistance. There's a micro nebula aft of our location that should be sufficient to conceal the Barak's energy signature while we wait for our Riemann guide to arrive. Just got home from work? Ah. Alright, time for food and time to play, right? Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of excited. We got upgraded emotes. Edges are smoother and their color is more brighter and stuff. And we'll be adding a couple more emotes in the next couple days, depending, you know, how quickly Twitch analyzes and sees that my emotes are indeed awesome. The signal worked, Captain. Riemann scout ship in range. It's moving to scan the area. Sensor lock confirmed. We'll be able to track them if they go to warp. Detecting a large energy buildup, sir. Romulan battleship decloaking. Captain, they're firing on the Riemann ship. Yep. The scout ship weapons and engines are damaged. They're cloaking, attempting to re-establish sensor lock. And we'll be adding a 5th tier 1 emote. And a new tier 2 and a new tier 3 emote. So counting those, so that'll be 7 that people can get through subs. Again, tier 2, tier 3. All the hype, the cupcake hype. Yeah. That's a cute one. And all the bit emotes too, bit rewards. So it's all coming together nicely, I think. Captain, the Riemann ship has cloaked, but its engines are damaged and sensors are detecting a tachyon leak. They can't stay hidden for long. We should attack the Tal Shiar ships when we destroy them. The Riemanns will be able to escape. They will lead us right to their base. Bit rewards, yeah. Twitch actually enabled something about a month ago where if people, you know, like when they reach certain milestones and giving bits to our channel, they unlock exclusive emotes. So yep, so here are the exclusive ones that are to that. In my case, I just have more emotes to play around with. Regardless, you know, like some people have unlocked those already over like giving bits over time. So one's Dead by Daylight themes, one's Overwatch theme, and the other two are Mass Effect themed. But because... Yep. Now, because they are, you know, the whole bit reward thing is it's like those are become virtually impossible to unlock because you got, for a lot of folks, these also double as the sub badges as well. So your sub badge suite for the 1-year subscriber is actually a variant of what is one of the. So you can unlock the sub badges as emotes through bits, and I think it's like 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. They really needed to rethink that. I think in terms of the tiers, or let us set the tiers. I mean, I personally think it would be like 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, etc. Instead of like the ridiculous things that they have laid out, but no. Oh, these things. Sir, incoming hail from the lead Romulan vessel. They have detected us. I don't think those Analyst Patak will say anything that we want to hear. Well, they are insisting on speaking with you, Captain. Putting it on screen now. Yeah, so it's like, but it's a cumulative thing. It's like, it's long term. It's like, Twitch is expecting, like, you know, it's like the goal is like every streamer wants to have everything unlocked for viewers to obtain. And so, which is why I kind of work the system a little bit to make sure like tier 1 folks can get 5 emotes instead of just 1 or 2. So. Yeah, so they're not expecting like to drop the bits all at one time. It's to it's like no, over the course of about a $1.40 per 100. That I do know actually. It's a $1.40 for 100 bits, so $7 for 500, and that's like the most I've ever gotten at one shot. It's like the kind of like those usual amounts. So I personally would have preferred those, like, again, if we could set the bit rates as when these rewards can unlock for people, regulars of a channel, and other things. Yeah, $200 is like, yeah, no one in their right mind is going to pay $200 I take that back because I have seen it, and I've benefited from that in terms of a straight donation, but in terms of bits, yeah, no. And it's a Roddy Piper t-shirt. I got this several years ago with the release of the documentary DVD. It's a nice shirt. I like to wear it. Trust me, most people have seen just about every t-shirt I've owned, actually. Just when you think you have all the answers, I change the questions, by God. You don't throw stones at a man who's got a machine gun. No, sir, because I've become here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Yeah, my Roddy Piper is definitely a cross of his late 80s, early 90s shtick more than anything.
Ah, you're a good distance out of your Empire's territory, aren't you? I know it's probably useless.
So what will you be up to
tonight,
like sweet? Because I know you will be streaming.
This, but I wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Offer no aid or assistance to these Riemann rebels, and leave this system immediately. If you do so, I can overlook your intrusion into an internal affair. Otherwise, I would be forced to see your presence here as an invasion of Romulan territory. That would be unfortunate. For you.
He's threatening me? He just made a mistake. He threatened me. Don't do that. To an enemy that can cloak and do this. I actually forgot I forgot a very important thing, folks. The delivered cruisers can basically grab you with a tractor beam and wail on you quite easily. Yeah, he did. In They Live, that's his, when he enters the bank after, you know, seeing the sunglasses and seeing the truth and stuff. General, the Riemann scout ship has decloaked. They're trying to shake us. We need to stay close until we get a lock on the ship's warp signature. The Riemann ship is on the move, sir. We should follow it. I got limited voice acting ability, folks, so I try to use it as best I can. And I'm working as on speaking louder and projecting my voice more. Because if I talk like this, I can barely hear myself with these headphones and things like that. Sure, you guys can hear me, but gotta be a bit more bombastic, as they say. Or boombastic. Or, I don't know. I'm confused. Riemann scout ship is cloaking. Romulan forces are warping in. Tractor beams really know how to hold you in place if you don't have the right gear to counter them, or if you don't shoot the freaking mine. But sweet, what will you be streaming later? What's on your agenda today? The Riemann ship has executed a short warp jump, and I have locked onto its coordinates, sir. You can engage warp as soon as you're ready. Follow them. Take us to our destination. Pursue them! With extreme prejudice. I'm not picking up any ships here, General, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are one or more cloaked ships in the area. Riemann cloaked ships can appear as concentrations of tetrion particles. I will continue to scanning the area. There is something interesting on the planet's surface, however. Sensors are detecting a large underground installation. It could very well be the Riemann resistance, the base the Riemann resistance is using. The entire area is protected by a magnetic shield, though, so we can't transport inside. There is a series of caverns connected to the installation. We could send a team there and try to find a way to disable or circumvent the magnetic shielding. Alright, beam down. The best damn dressed away team in the galaxy. General, this is incredible. The underground caverns we are in is natural, but the base itself is a ship, the Daradex class, if my tricorder readings are correct. The Riemanns moved to the derelict vessel into the cavern. We appear to be in a maintenance area adjacent to the hull of the ship. Riemanns probably mine these tunnels for raw materials. I'm picking up multiple veins of ore that could be useful if they are replicating ship parts or weapons. I'm not reading any way into the ship from here, though. We need to find an entrance. Sir, this cavern seems to be occupied by indigenous fauna. we should proceed with caution. Kill everything! We just gotta back it up. Back that thing up. So many wild beasties. The consoles in this room appear to be to operate the heavy machinery the Remans used to create the cavern. The entrance to the base should be just ahead. This tunnel leads directly into the main area of the base, sir, but it's completely blocked. I wonder if a weapon on its high setting would breach it. This gate is made of titanium alloy, General. There's no way a hand weapon will blast through it. We need something with a lot more power. That's it. Sir, do you see the mining laser? If it's operational, we might be able to modify it to do the job. I think the controls for the laser are on the other side of the wall. They left a crate out here, so we're going to use it. Malfunction, engaging automatic shutdown. Oh, that was disappointing. Something must be wrong with the mining laser, sir. We should perform a more detailed scan to determine the source of the problem. General, the mining laser's power system isn't strong enough. We won't be able to cut through titanium. I think there are several different ways we can fix this. Your career training will help. We're going to need to complete one of the career-based objectives to advance. Your applied tactics instructor always told you to use whatever was available to get the job done. You think you could use several hand weapons powered cells to boost the output of the mining laser. Klingon weapons aren't compatible, but the Remans might have left something suitable in the cave. Right. So we go roam around, find things, and then move on here. Ice spiders! I hate spiders! Why does every new species we encounter try to kill us? Seek out new life and to wipe out civilizations. To boldly go and eradicate what no one has done before. Star Trek Mandate. Alright. You have all the power cells you need, but before you can use them to boost the output of the mining laser, You will need to fuse them together and install a single control unit that is strong enough to handle the burst of power without burning out. The abandoned lab station was probably used to refine the ore the Remans collected while creating this maintenance tunnel. They really got a big infestation here. Fuse the power cells. The combined power pack is now ready to use. All you need to do is install it in the mining laser and cross your fingers. And your eyes, toes, legs. Cross your ears if they're long enough. Modify the mining laser. That did it, sir. Power to the mining laser is steady and it should be ready to fire. Right. Fire in the hole! Let's see if this actually worked. Hey, it worked! I do like, again, when they actually add new cutscenes and update them to actually look nice. And then when we run into the shitty older cutscenes, it's like, okay. Success! The path inside the Reman base is clear, General. The Remans will be alerted to our presence, so we need to be careful. But I have a feeling Obisek wants to see us. Ida, you're a hologram. You can't sense anything. And tomorrow night, folks, we're back to the Trials of Mana. Well, they aren't trying to kill us. That's good. The Remans seem to have been expecting us. Perhaps we should have just knocked. You say that now. After we knocked our freaking hole through the wall. Excuse me, sir. Don't you walk away from me. Tell me about your life here.
The nights are cold, and there's not enough food. It is a place like any other. For now we are safe from the Tal Shiar, but I fear that will soon change.
Dude just walked away from me. He doesn't want to talk. Jerk. The base is remarkable. The Remans must have disassembled the old ship and beamed the pieces in one at a time to construct it. The marvel of engineering. Liz has to remember that his wife basically went to hell because she failed to kill the captain of the ship at the start of this career track. Just saying.
This place won't be safe forever. We have to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. Prepare the...
Hi.
Ah, it's you. Welcome to the heart of the Resistance, little spy. There is so much for us to discuss, and so little time. The Tal Shiar have discovered this, our last refuge. They will be here soon. And my people and I will have to fight for our lives. Yet one question remains. Will you be our friend or our enemy?
How about frenemy? A nice compromise.
My hope is that you are here to talk, but I am prepared for the alternative.
Apparently my crew is taking exception to the Remans here. Wow, my crew is being just super aggressive here. It's like, wow, the crew is pretty insistent on this. Hey, Solak, how you doing, sir?
The Tal Shiar could arrive at any time. Speak quickly.
Why are you doing this? Why fight the Tal Shiar? I'm doing alright.
Why? You ask why? This place is one of the last sanctuaries left to my people, and even it is lost to us now. The Romulans have driven us from our homes, destroyed our ships, and captured or killed our loved ones. They seek to exterminate us, and we will not go quietly. Understand, I do not want this war.
He wants this war.
I want freedom for my people. It is the Romulans and the Dark Masters they serve who have caused this. Now they must suffer the consequences. Is there anything else you wish to ask?
Did Sela order these attacks?
This campaign of terror is the Tal Shiar's doing, not the Empress's. Still, Sela does nothing to stop it. There is little love between the Empress and the Tal Shiar.
What's new,
Did you
Solak?
know that
What you been up
many years
to?
ago, she was exiled from Romulus for attempting to assassinate the head of their order? The Tal Shiar have their own masters, and Sela despises what she cannot control.
Base Haven? Nice. Never heard of it.
Is there anything else you wish to ask?
Why do you think the Tal Shiar are doing this?
Hakiv and the Tal Shiar no longer serve the Empire. The demons of air and darkness are their masters now. They whisper in the night for chaos and despair, and Hakiv gives them blood as tribute. Our blood. Is there anything else you wish to ask?
Tell me more about these demons. Very good. Ah, congratulations, sir. Welcome to the club, as they say.
I have never seen one of these demons, and I will not speak their name, but I know they exist. Eons ago, they ruled this part of the galaxy. After thousands of years of tyranny and death, the races they ruled rose up against them, driving them from their home world into unexplored space. We thought they had been destroyed. We were wrong. The demons of air and darkness survive, and they hunger for revenge. Is there anything else you wish to ask?
Do you still have Thalaron weapons?
A small supply. They are terrible things. Weapons of war so horrible, they should have never been invented at all. But they were. And my enemies are great. If I must resort to barbarism to free my people, that is not too high of a price to pay. Is there anything else you wish to ask?
What do you want from me?
We need your help. Go to the High Council. Tell them what you have seen. Tell them if my people are to survive, we need assistance. Starships, soldiers, weapons, protection for the refugees. I'm asking for the Empire's aid. You are an honorable warrior. I too am a warrior, and I believe my fight is just.
A warrior?
Will
more
you
like
join
a
the
warrior.
battle at my side? Is there anything else you wish to ask?
I may not agree with your tactics, but I will not stop you.
I am glad you see things my way. Get instructions from your commanders if you must, but the battle rages, and we must join it. With your help, my people will be free. I'm pleased you see that my cause is just. We can do great...
Sir, Romulan transporter
Dude's all chill.
The Tal Shiar have entered the base.
Start the evacuation. We must get the civilians out. Commander Rashna, transport the reinforcements here. Tell them to assist our new ally. I will return to my ship and attempt to hold off their forces. Help my soldiers defend this base. Fight well, my friend. My people are counting on you.
Well, your people are kind of screwed now, aren't they? General, we lost our transport lock on you and the away team. That Tal Shiar must have activated a transport inhibitor. We need to find that inhibitor and shut it down. Alright, so... That's true. How is it that I can beam down troops? I took them all out. All right. How did... Okay, rude. Okay, I know I killed everything. We left the room, hung to the left. Bam, bam. So did the enemies from this other hallway run all the way around, try to flank us? Probably. The Reman should be able to handle it from here, General. We should return to the ship and report to Tamak. Obisek trusts us. I don't know if he's right about the outside influence on Hakiv's actions, but I'm sure that he believes that these demons are real. I respect him as a warrior, though, and I know he's acting to protect his people. I can't agree with the use of his Thalaron weapons, but if the home world were threatened, would we act any differently? If the High Council agrees to aid Obisek's resistance, it will be an honor to fight the Romulans at his side. Random Seedless Jam. Like I said, just realized that I had the ability to just, like, do something, and so yeah. So I had no control of it. It's like, okay, give a gift stub out there, and I get that fund. I get like half those funds back next month anyway. So it just worked out as my way of saying thank you. It's like, it's Star Trek. They come out of nowhere all the time. Yes, it is very true, Solak. Yeah, that's why you have like the access to like the tier 1 emotes, and you got yourself a sub badge, everything here. So, and I don't know why we are dropping frames and had a little things. I don't know why. Like I said, it was totally random. When I actually looked at the list at who got gift subs, like some of those people were either lurkers and stuff like that, or maybe they just dropped in, said hi, and so forth.
The Remans beg for our assistance, but offer no fealty in return. Obisek whispers about demons of air and darkness, but offers no proof of their existence. Outrageous! The Remans have been slaves for too long to be warriors now. If they would ally with us to crush Sela and her ships, we could conquer the entire region in a matter of months. There is nothing for us to gain by joining his fight, and there is no honor in Obisek's tactics.
How you doing, sir?
I will consider the situation, but I must have a good reason to recommend this action to the High Council. As of now, that reason does not exist.
And like you, well, Bob, yeah, like I said, I did not, as they said, it was an experimental thing. The reason why I did it, besides trying to, work the system to make sure I had all the emotes and stuff, tier 1 stuff unlocked, so folks to have more things to use in the chat, was that I got if you ever heard of a larger streamer named Maximilian Dude, he specializes in a lot of fighting games. He's definitely one of the largest streamers on Twitch, and does and has some awesome videos on YouTube as well. He also does the Yo video game stuff with a couple of his associates and stuff. But any which way, early this month, for whatever reason, I got hit with I was gifted a sub to his channel, and he did it. So I guess, okay, it's like that's something that streamers can do, is they can give out random gift subs every once in a while. So it figures like it's a good way to give back to the community in its own way. And as a streamer, we get some of that. We actually get some of that cash back. Technically, we are paying for it, and so it kind of works out nicely. So realizing that, it's why I have 4 emote slots available at tier 1 for folks. A fifth emote will be added like in a day or so, give or take. So it's kind of like this is. It's like working with the tools that Twitch gives us, as they say. And Bob himself does some Star Trek Online, Star Wars The Old Republic Bible studies, so if you're interested in those sorts of things, drop him a follow. Yes, it is. Give me my reward. I'm taking the pistol.
Congratulations, General.
Ask Jim Pop, perhaps he will want to help Obisek.
I will speak to the Chancellor, but I already know what he will say. We will not fight at Obisek's side. Not yet. There is little to gain by openly attacking the Romulans, and no proof to Obisek's claims that some hidden entity is directing Hakiv. I would dismiss the entire thing as a childish fantasy. But have you fought the Fekiri? There are terrible things lurking in the dark. I have seen them. Perhaps Obisek has as well. Continue to investigate this matter. If there is a new enemy, we must know who they are and what they want. Until we know more, however, Obisek is on his own.
Enjoy the lurk, Bobby. Oh, well, wrong thing there. Let's see, these are... We are being held by Obisek, putting him on screen now. The Riemann Resistance is very much in need of your help.
My contacts tell me that the Empire has rejected my request for military assistance. That is regrettable, but not unexpected. The Tal Shiar are formidable opponents, as are the forces directing their action. I understand if the High Council is reluctant to engage in a battle that is not theirs. So today I appeal to you, not as a comrade in warfare, but as an honorable warrior.
Congratulations, General.
I need your help. One of our ships was carrying a load of Thalaron weapons through the Nopata system. That ship has disappeared. There are no indications there was a battle. It's as if my ship and its cargo simply vanished. I know you have your reservations about the lengths to which I will go to secure the freedom of my people. Tell me, if you do not trust me with Thalaron weapons, do you want Hakiv to have them?
Yes, we do.
I can
What?
provide you the last coordinates of the vessel. Please help me. Do what you will with the weapons, if they survive. But find my people.
More likely we're taking the combat engines. New duty officers, thank you. The Napata system. Home of the Napatas. Do 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 do. Klingon, Romulan, Alliance, Dominion, Federation. Okay, I was. Love it when that happens, don't we? General, I'm not reading any active vessels on scanners. There is, however, a debris field nearby. It's clustered around a satellite in orbit of the planet, and the composition of the debris corresponds with ships that have gone missing in this region. I'll keep scanning, sir, but we'll need to take a closer look before I can determine if there are Thalaron weapons on one of the Hawks. General, I'm not detecting the vessel that Obisek sent us to find, but all of these ships in the debris field show signs of being affected by the same thing, a high-frequency energy beam that overloaded all of their systems. If the Riemann ship was hit by that beam, it might have crashed into the planet's surface or gone adrift somewhere else in the system. I'm detecting energy readings from the satellite, sir. If the Riemann crew detected them as well, they could have tried to use it to record a distress signal. We'll need to be closer before I can attempt an uplink with the satellite's communication array.
Warning, ship is under attack.
General, we're stuck. This beam is holding us like a fly in a spider's web. We've managed to keep life support and environmental systems active, but almost everything else is offline. Shields, weapons, engines, nothing works. I'm not detecting any life signs on the satellite, sir, but there is a compartment with life support. The systems operating the beam must be automated. Chief says we have enough power in the backups for one transport. Recommend we send a team over to the satellite and find a way to turn the beam off. We're ready to beam over to the satellite on your orders. Captain, the consoles here appear to control the beam that is draining power from the Borak, but there is a security lock preventing access. We need to find a usable console. Good sounding engine there. Hey Mac, how you doing, sir? It is a lot of people like the Roddy Piper t-shirt, even though it's not the first time I've worn it on stream. Like, I wear it almost like every other week, it seems. This console doesn't appear to be locked like the others. Whoever did this must not have thought that this console used for inventory control was important. I think I can access a back door into the rest of the satellite's programs from here. I see the problem. The Romulan consoles are causing a lockout by forcing the satellite's primary processors to run through a series of equations and removing key bits of information from the answers, which causes the processors to lock up. If we can solve these equations and input the correct information directly into the consoles, the security lock on the satellite controls should be released. I've downloaded the corrupted equations onto this console for you to work on. I think I figured out what we need to do here. If we solve the equations on the screen, then we should get a solution without letters that we can use to figure out what the missing digits are for each letter. What? No, this is literally what it says. If we solve the equation on the screen, then we should get a solution without letters that we can use to figure out what the missing digits are for each letter. Each letter has 4 possible values that are represented by sliders at the bottom. We'll need to manipulate each one until the correct value for each letter is highlighted at the left of each row. For example, on the first equation, I think the letter A needs to correspond to 7. Alright, 4528 minus 2974. Alright. R5. You know, with as many times as I've done this mission, one would think I would just have it memorized by now, but I don't. That one I definitely remember offhand. Captain, we've solved the equations that were causing issues in the other consoles. Now we need to plug these correct values into consoles controlling the security lock, and then we should be able to access all of the satellite's major operations. So what's new, Mech? What are you up to this evening? By the way, in case you missed it last week, we did manage to get through Chapter 2 of Trial of Mana. So it's like we got 4 of the elementals. Reading manga? Oh, which ones? Long-range scanners overriding selection algorithms. Ship identification program overriding friendly satellites. Telemetric data forcing targeting selection. Fire and control automatic actions. Alright. Captain, this console controls the satellite's targeting functions. I'm not sure if there's a way to disable whatever it is that is disabling systems on our ship, but if we can get this satellite to target something else, we may have a chance of prying our ship free. Alright, accessing long-range scanners. Expand to 1,000 kilometers. New derelict hulk has been identified. Open the ship identification program. Reclassify derelict hulk as active. Examine telemetric data for identified targets. That makes no sense. Designate derelict hulk as the priority target. General, the satellite has ensnared a piece of debris near the ship. Its stranglehold on us is weaker, but we're not out of the woods yet. Critical systems are stable, but we still don't have weapons or long-range communications. I've been enjoying the Trials of Mana when we get to it every on Friday, and we will be playing it again this week. Did have a few graphical issues with it last week, but I'm not sure if it was... Still, the plot is very straightforward. I do wish I knew that it's preferred that to have certain combinations of characters go through it at one time, with like the priority character and one of the secondaries being like on the same quest line. In my case, I went by what the stats were, and I had my primary character is one thing, but my two companions are people have their own separate questing. So I'm kind of curious on how that works and everything. And yeah, they overthought that. They definitely wanted to get replay value out of it. Like, watch, you did it randomly. Yeah, I went basically straight off of the stats, or like what looked like would be a balanced team. Yeah, at some point, but we'll do the one prime playthrough, and who knows, it might be an annual thing of going through that game. Try and get, because you got achievements for completing the story with each of the 6 characters. But the question is, like, what unlocks what under the various playthroughs? Like, what are the circumstances and the actual conditions and so forth? This console looks like it controls the satellite's power supply. Since we aren't able to free our ship by targeting something else, perhaps we can decrease the power to the satellite's weapon. The Borak might be able to break free. Update power save modes. Low power save mode, economical. Set process priority values. Restore the factory settings. General, we found that if the Borak does not attempt to move or fire at the satellite, then it will engage in a lower power version of the beam affecting us. It's almost like an energy saving mode. We can use that to our advantage. At least we won't have to worry about life support. We'll hold the ship stable and keep working on boosting power to critical systems while you try to disrupt the satellite's functions and free us. Now the thing is, though, I gotta come up with a clever title for tomorrow's stream too. Onward to Chapter 3. But apparently there are 6 chapters in it, so like a third of the way through, depending on how long it takes. I have noticed that there is very little in the way of actual side quests. Trials of Mana is, at least this remastered version or remake, is very Grandia-like in saying, okay, you go here. You do this thing. And so like all the extra experience I'm getting is just by fighting all the enemies. And I am very much convinced that somebody at Square Enix has a grudge against the Pokemon Company and Nintendo, because every enemy in that game looks like it belongs in a Pokemon. And the fact that you got some of these things that actually evolve in battle is like, oh, come on now. I want to say it's not totally different. I mean, I've played games where it's like, okay, different stories and paths and stuff of that nature, so that's nothing new to me. But it's just that it wasn't quite clear on like what combinations were ideal. This console controls the satellite's general operations. We've managed to minimize the power output of the satellite. I think if we keep at it, we can switch the satellite's controls over to a sleep mode that will shut down everything but life support and power. Turn the station off. Captain, systems are coming back online all over the ship. We have weapons, shields, even the replicators are working again. Transporters are standing by, sir. We can beam you back as soon as you're ready. Alright, let's get out of here. Hey. Where am I? Now what?
If you fail to comply with commands,
now we fight or we die. Make sure you pick up a melee weapon. All of your gear is deactivated, and I won't protect you in there.
You won't protect me? Well, what good is he then? I have all the weapons I need.
Remember to equip your new weapon.
Kappa? Where?
Commencing test 1. Nopadin Desert Akari entering testing area.
Kappa Pla? Kapla? Yes.
Enemy targets on sensors.
Well, we are as it says, glory for the Empire.
Commencing test 2. Releasing Warrigals now. Proceeding to test 3.
Mugatu.
Prisoner 1478, remain in the area for interrogation. Prisoners, return to holding area. Failure to comply will result in punishment.
Alright. Yes, it's a drone, and apparently the drone is still active. It follows me around. It goes where I go. Like a sidekick.
What do you want?
Islamic, how did you get here after the escape from Installation 18?
I remember you as well. It seems your prison break, however well-intentioned, just ended up the same way. It's enough to make me think that I keep picking the wrong side. After escaping the installation, I joined up with a freighter. We were passing near the system when we were snared by a satellite and drifted into the planet's atmosphere. The ship crashed, and even though I activated an emergency transporter to beam several of us to the planet's surface, we were captured almost immediately by a group of soldiers. Since then, I've been stuck in this cage, watching my former crewmates fight and die in this arena. Now I'm the only one left alive. That is all I know.
There you go, Klein. Soldiers? What kind of soldiers?
I don't know who was
Have a good night,
responsible
Klein.
for this place. The trainers and the guards all appear to be mercenaries, without any clue about what's going on. They're paid to keep us in cages and look the other way. The night I was brought in, I was interrogated. There were bright lights in my eyes and a synthetic voice asking me questions. Whoever it was took care to conceal his identity.
Any ideas what they want with us?
I have no idea what they want with us, or why they make us fight. This all seems like some sort of giant game, but there is no one in the stands to be entertained.
Are there other prisoners being forced to fight?
I think there are others. I hear other fights. If there are other prisoners, I have never been able to contact them. We are kept separated and caged unless we are fighting.
Is there a way out of here?
The trainers carry key cards. That's the only way I know to get through the defenses.
Do you think we can get one of those cards?
Can I trust you?
Yes.
I can see that we think the same way, friend. A few years ago, I worked as a bodyguard for a Ferengi merchant. He had a talent for acquiring latinum. And during my time with him, I learned a few things. I was able to lift a key card from one of the trainers during my interrogation. If you help me, I think we can overpower the guards and escape through the main door in the arena.
Alright, let's get out of here. Hey Fred, I had you up on my second. Oh, okay. Clan, I didn't see you. Clan, I didn't see his initial mission. I saw the dab and.
We need more help! I'll try to free the other prisoners. You fight the worms!
Of course I will end up fighting the worms. Whoa!
Use the consoles on the sides of the arena to fight the Elder Worm!
Enemy combatants in close proximity.
They finally actually they added voice work to that, which is nice.
Enemy targets on sensors.
The big
Just
worm.
like last time. Use the remaining console on the side of the arena to fight the Elder Worm.
Enemy targets on sensors.
The
There's
turrets
another
are
set
useless.
of consoles by the metal wall. Use them while the worm is distracted. I've been hit! I can't continue, my friend. You'll need to protect me.
Wait, I thought I did release the rest of the prisoners. And they still use the same bad angle.
The worm destroyed the metal wall! Run! That's our way out!
Really, did it? No, it did not. They really need to fix that cutscene altogether.
Romulan base? Here? What did they want with us? And what is that device?
Now that we have some real weapons and I've disabled my shock collar, let's get out of here. That waste pipe has to lead us out of this place. Hey, Lena Bean, how are you? Lena Bean lurking? Lena Bean does a lot of Twitch singing, which of course I will be doing on Saturday night. Lena, hopefully you're having a good day. I'm doing alright. Just like usual Thursday night Star Trek Online. The usual nonsense, as they say. It appears as if whoever created this laboratory has read controls to an Iconian gateway. You might be able to pull some information off of the logs. Access communications. Our master's patience wears thin, Hakiv. The time grows short, and still you have not provided all of the species data that they require. Are you having trouble acquiring targets? I provided you with the necessary technology to modify the satellite in the Napata system, but your little snare is slow. What we need is more test subjects. Perhaps a small colony would be enough. I will contact you again to work out the details. Let's see. Last 5 destinations: Napata Base Delta, the IRW Lavajo, Rhea 3, Dara 4, and the Hafar Listening Post Gamma. Access gateway controls. Biometric signature mismatch. Access denied. Gateway shut down in 10 seconds. So we're not getting out of here that way. What you up to, Lena? It's relaxing, gaming, singing, all of the above. Project Dissemination. New subject. General Sora Batek captured from the Cardassian Union vessel Borak. Initial analysis. Subject's threat level is high and risk of escape or intervention is elevated. Notify Colonel Hakiv and escalate to level 6 trials. Playing a little Slay the Spire. Nice. Test parameters. Project goal: to develop a matrix of Alpha Quadrant species. We must determine which species can be pitted against one another for maximum devastating effect to each. Tests will not be limited to sentient species, as the Iconians have technology that will allow us to effectively introduce new flora and fauna to alien worlds. Observations. Honored Master, it will take some time to complete my report, but I have a few personal observations for you that may prove useful. Please consider them when you make your plans. Humans and Klingons show their greatest proclivity towards fighting when there is no chance of victory. Breaking a Vulcan's emotional control will usually render him helpless. They have no ability to process the emotions that they are so zealously suppress. Bajorans will fight to the death to defend homes or loved ones, but they may reject a fight that doesn't threaten what they hold dear. Betazoids will detect betrayal almost instantly, but their telepathic sense can be overwhelmed by extreme pain or violent thoughts. This can allow an infiltrator to escape their notice. A possible wedge to break the Klingon Empire may be the Gorn. More than 70% of Gorn captives choose to help another Gorn before assisting a Klingon, even if that choice resulted in the death of a Klingon. The Hirogen are formidable in single combat, but their fractal society reduces their threat level significantly. I have been unable to separate a Trill symbiote from its host for separate study. 2 attempts to implement a symbiote in host from another species have failed, but both the symbiote and host died within hours. Undine are quite interesting. I request more time to study the race in greater detail. Productivity. Yeah, thank you, Solak. Yeah, words are hard. I read verbatim things at work for the day gig. So it's like, yes. Same here. So, access records for prisoners 1478. Captured along with a small group of Reman soldiers by Desert Patrol. Interrogation inconclusive. Recommend use of holographic conditioning. Single combat test. Subject was wounded on 4 occasions but survived all tests. Recommendation: Prisoner 1478 may be a suitable subject for team testing or alternative study. Forward data back to Colonel Haki for evaluation. Personal log. They've contacted me again. My associates have 2 tasks for me now. First is the destruction of the Remans. I understand they're angered. Remans have attempted to rise above their station. They're mindless slaves, and they need to respect their betters. Tyrus was able to control them. After Starfleet captured her, the surviving Remans developed illusions of self-worth. This troublemaker who calls himself Obasek, who is he to tell them that they can be free? Does a beast of burden have the right to choose its own destiny? If the problem were not so irksome, it would be almost comical. I will present Obasek's broken corpse to the Iconians in tribute. They will reward me richly for my loyalty. The second task will take more effort. The Iconians want data. They want the species of the Alpha Quadrant tested until they break. They want to know their weaknesses and how to exploit them. They want to see their strengths and know how to destroy them. I will admit that I take no little pleasure in this task. It will be quite entertaining to make some of those self-righteous humans turn on one another, or push one of those blustering braggarts from Kronos until he begs for death. Oh, and the Vulcans. I will make the Vulcans weep, and I will savor each tear. I know of an abandoned Colosseum in the Napata system. We can find a way to lure test subjects there. It will take time and effort, but I am confident that I can do what the Iconians want. So, there you go. Exposition, lore, and other things. The real question is, did they actually fix this, or do we still gotta... Nope, they did not fix this at all.
Watch out. There are Romulan Scorpion fighters overhead. They're looking for us. We need to move quickly and smartly to avoid detection. I recommend we head to the east. See that mountain in the distance? My ship crashed on the other side. It may have something we can use to signal your vessel. The search for us will only get more intense the longer we stay here. We need to get away from the arena as quickly as possible.
Alright. We're roaming the desert at night. And we got stopped by a cactus plant.
There's a fighter heading straight for us. Quick, take cover in those dark rocks over there and wait for it to pass overhead. Stay still and wait for that fighter to pass overhead. If we are fortunate, they won't detect us. They didn't see us. Let's move on.
All right, we're moving on.
I can't go on. My injuries from the arena are too painful. We need to find a place to rest for a moment.
Didn't you say let's continue on, and then like you take 2 steps and say you can't go on? What the hell, dude?
Forgive me, my friend, but the pain...
He's
I need to
faking
rest.
it.
Just for a moment. My wounds are agonizing. I fear the worm's venom may have infected me. The pain is excruciating. My vision is blurred, and my blood burns in my veins.
Walk it off.
Before we were captured, my science officer said that the local plants here have medicinal qualities. Please, I need your help. Find something to ease my suffering. I need something to disinfect my wound, something to treat my fever, and anything that will ease my pain. Thank you, my friend. I know that I would have died today if it weren't for you.
I'll see what I can find. Stop. This plant has analgesic qualities. It won't be as strong as anything you have in Medbay on the Borak, but it would take the edge off of Slamic's pain. That might be enough to get him on his feet again. This type of plant grows in the shade. Look for it on the sides of the hills and cliffs. This plant looks like it will work as an antipyretic. It should help to alleviate Slamic's fever. Unfortunately, this particular plant doesn't look too healthy, and you aren't getting much sap from it. You will need to find a more robust sample of the plant before you can treat Slamic's injuries. This type of plant likes sunny and windy growing conditions. Look for it at the top of hills and mountaintops. Where's the other one at? There's a third one, and there it is. This plant looks like it will work as a disinfectant. It should be strong enough to clear out whatever infection Slamic might have picked up in the air in the arena. Well, we'll need more saplings from this type of plant in order to deal with an injury as severe as Slamic's. This type of plant grows in the washes of the desert. Look for it in large flat areas. Basically, 2 things are on one side of this map, the other one's on the other side. And tomorrow night, Trials of Mana, Twitch Sings on Saturday, Overwatch on Sunday, Final Fantasy 15 on Monday, and we are picking up in Chapter 10 with that. Okay, where the heck is the... So there's 14 chapters, not counting the prologue of Final Fantasy 15. So, but my biggest concern with that game is going to be the fact that it's increasingly clear that it's going to be very linear the rest of the way, and that there is going to be a lot of times where Noctis is going to be fighting by himself. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Like, okay, so is Ignis, Gladios, and Prompto basically Donald and Goofy from Kingdom Hearts? They're with you 99% of the game, but it's like you get towards the end, it's like, no, you're on your own. Pumpkins? Where? Oh, you mean like little desert plants? Those pumpkins were kind of greenish and alien-y. Not sure if those are what type of pumpkins you'd want to eat. Gallagher was still smashing, however. And we are still doing Division 2 things on Wednesdays, primarily focusing on the whole Black Tusk version content of it, and building towards the story elements that were added after the game release. Sounds? I might have a space latte. Nice. No, it's if you're looking for the sound list final, it's exclamation point store for different sound gimmicks. There you go.
Thank you, my friend. I'm feeling better now. I think I can continue.
A space latte. You know, I think after we're done this stream, I'm gonna have me a cup of hot cocoa. Warm up some milk, pour some Hershey syrup in it. Not sure what I'll have as a snackage to go with it, though. That's the question.
You shouldn't have to worry about the fighters anymore. Just the local wildlife. Keep your eyes open.
A little dance. Random Sacks is random. I mean, I think engineers or hunters, science officers go for water. I think we're going to be dealing with trees and looking for firewood. Pew pews. Yep. We roam the desert. Of course, this desert looks like it's good.
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
Hey, they want to be serviced. Yeah, but they don't say for how long they want to be serviced. I'm just gonna assume all night. It's so spoopy.
The weather isn't going to hold out for too much longer. We should look for a place to spend the night. I've noticed that there are things we can gather along the way to make our night more pleasant. The search patrols are moving on. We will not survive a night in this desert. We need to find shelter and safety. If we can scavenge provisions to create a camp, we'll have a better chance of reaching the wreckage of my ship alive.
What do we need?
The temperature is dropping. If we don't find warmth, we risk hypothermia. We can't use a phaser on the rocks here to heat them. They're too porous. We will need firewood. Look to the dry plants. If we can collect tinder, kindling, and logs, we will be able to create a fire that will last through the night.
Right. So, we need to go collect tinder. Swipe right. Logs? No, those are normally the captains. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Folks, I never said I provided good commentary or comedic effects. I just try to be as entertaining as possible. Rude. I walk away and then it pops up. Move it away. We walk away from it. And continue to move on. We got the kindling, we got the fuel wood. We just need the tinder wrap.
That should last us through the night. Let's get into this cave before the temperature drops anymore.
Our tactical training paid off. What's funny, I'm thinking that enemies are supposed to like pop up at each of those three sets of enemies, so I'm kind of surprised. Then again, Slamek kind of glitched and yeah, he apparently he's hanging out in the desert. Okay, that's fine. We'll continue on. It's not like he's going to betray us or anything. Or is he? No. Yes, he is. Spoilers! Here's a spoiler for you. The Madden NFL football game franchise, put out by EA Electronic Arts, that is going to be a mediocre video game for the next 6 years because the NFL again just gave EA the exclusive contract. How the hell did he get ahead of me?
Temperature's dropping rapidly now. This cave should protect us from the elements. I've done some exploring. It looks like this cave continues. When the sun rises side of the mountain, we could save time and energy by using the passage instead of trying to find a path over the mountain. Excellent. The passage saved us hours. This could be a good day. Let's find my ship.
Weird audio things there.
From here. I think I can make out smoke from the wreckage on the horizon.
Yes, those space pumpkins have spikes on them. Gotta be real careful about picking them up.
There she is. She wasn't much to look at, but she was ours. And when we were flying through space, we were free.
Clearly that
Perhaps
piece
she can help us one last time.
Clearly that piece of junk it wasn't built to fly. Like cactus pumpkins, yeah. And there are cactuses here. Alien cacti.
We should check to see if the emergency beacon survived the crash. But in the likely event it didn't, we might be able to piece together some components to create a makeshift emergency beacon.
There is no way this vessel will ever fly again. The damage done by the fall through the planet's atmosphere is severe. If the emergency distress beacon wasn't vaporized in the crash, it's probably buried about 30 meters under 30 meters of rock and sand, like the Singularity drive in the cargo bays. You do, however, find a backup generator with a minuscule amount of energy left. If you had the right components, you think you could construct a makeshift subspace beacon to contact your ship. Yeah. This ship, basically went down. Not quite in flames, it just went down. And it collided with the planet. Boom indeed. Sorry, folks. That wasn't particularly useful. And now we're going to come up to one of the best cutscenes in this game. for the longest times, it was the best cutscene in the game. Until they started to, the developers started to like redo them and work into new animations and stuff. Alright, so we wait for rescue. Well, hello.
Did you think you could run from me? There is no place where I cannot find you. My spies are everywhere. Prisoner 1478, take your place. You did your job admirably. It is good to know at least one Riemann understands who is the master and who is the slave. The loss of the listening post was a minor setback. The Riemann's refuge in the Dera system has been destroyed. Dozens of subjects have been tested in my arena. When the Iconians return, they will find I have done all they have asked, and more. But you will not be there on that dreaded day. This tiresome game ends now. You could have been such a fascinating test subject, but this time, no. This time I think a more direct approach is best. Ready? Aim.
Hi, Hakeem. Like I said, when that scene gets remastered, gets redone with better animation and stuff, it'll be back to being one of the best cutscenes in the game. Or the best cutscene, because with the timing and everything.
I apologize for Slamic's action. I had no idea there was a traitor in our midst. If his actions caused harm to you or your crew, forgive me. That was not my intent.
Yes, it was.
However, your trip to the Nopata system was not in vain. Now you see. Now you know. Hakiv is a pawn of a greater power. The demons of air and darkness are here. You should report to your superiors. Tell them what you have seen here. Open their eyes to the dangers that lurk in the shadows.
Congratulations, General.
Klingon intelligence has completed its analysis of the data you recovered in the Nopata system. The Iconians are using the Tal Shiar as a way to influence the Romulan Star Empire. Their persecution of the Riemans is directly related to this. They will hound the Riemans until they are broken, or until they are too suspicious and beaten to ever trust an ally again. This is a coward's way to wage war.
Yes,
Are they
cowards
too
wage war
afraid
like
to
this.
face us directly? We will stop these machinations now. Then we will see if these demons are brave enough to show their faces. The data you recovered indicates that Hakiv is operating out of the Brea system. Long-range sensor scans suggest that there may be a major Tal Shiar installation there. We want you to infiltrate this system, apprehend Hakiv, and destroy the Tal Shiar base.
How about we kill
Hakiv must not escape. He may be the only person who knows how extensive the Iconian influence in Romulan space is.
Right. Hakiv had an Iconian gateway. Obisek was right, you know.
Hakiv had a working Iconian gateway? Finally, the pieces of the puzzle start to fall into place.
How's
We
the
know
shield?
that the
a lot better than what it was
survived the
last
destruction of their
week.
homeworld. Now we
When I
know
was
that
running,
they are active in Romulan space,
was like
and
a-
apparently
like a
using
rank
these
6
gladiatorial
shield going up
combats
against
as a
rank
way
10
to test the
enemies or
species of the Alpha Quadrant. Klingon intelligence will analyze the data you recovered from Hakiv's command center. I must confer with Chancellor Jimpok. We have fought one ancient enemy and won. If the Iconians seek conflict with the Empire, we will destroy them as well.
Alright, one last mission, folks, but actually technically two, since we're just doing the entire Romulan mystery story arc, but this won't take too long. It's not much plot. This is almost a straight action mission. Watch, it's gonna says like server issue, and I'm gonna have to relog in. Oh, it actually will launch fully. Pew pew.
We have arrived in the Brea system. Preliminary scans show automated defenses and a handful of Romulan ships, most likely Tal Shiar vessels. If we're going to reach that planet and beam down safely, we'll have to breach the Romulan defenses. The weapons platforms are probably short range, but we must disable the satellites and any enemy ships in orbit, or any away team that we send to the planet will be in immediate danger. Tactically, it would be wise to draw off the ships and engage them separately from the fixed defenses. The Zedenia is prepared to assist you in the attack when you are ready.
Enemy vessel, you are in Romulan space. Leave immediately, or you will be destroyed.
I think we're gonna hang around, dude. Now that we have the targeting information, let's turn the satellites on our side. Yeah, that was probably a mistake for me to get that close. Matter of fact, that was a huge mistake. But I don't know, we got allies. Enemy reinforcements are on their way. Within transporter range of the planet's surface.
Long-range sensors show that Tal Shiar reinforcements are closing on this location. We must be swift. The Tal Shiar base is mobilizing. We need to hurry if we're going to have any chance to find Hakiv and his Iconian connections. I'll meet you on the surface.
Right, let's beam on down.
We have a problem. The Tal Shiar are trying to jam transporters, and particle leakage from the strange technology here is affecting our targeting sensors. My scientists can't identify the type of particles yet, but several of my troops are reporting in from different locations. Transporters are being diverted. You're on your own for the moment. My scans show that the Tal Shiar have secured some areas of this base with force fields. You'll have to disable them, or find ways around them. Hakiv will be somewhere well defended.
Alright.
But we have him cornered now.
Sir, I'm having some trouble getting through all of this interference. Away team members are reporting in from all over. I'll try to keep in contact, sir, and we'll organize beachhead teams where possible. Once a team assembles, they may be able to use the site-to-site transport to provide you with reinforcements. Looks like the Tal Shiar are using force fields and construction supplies to choke off access points. They may have detected us in orbit and they've put the base on emergency lockdown. Our orbital scans show that there are a lot of these buildings have catwalks and balconies. You may be able to use those to get over some of the walls and barricades. Some of our technical teams made it to the surface with beachhead equipment. You may be able to get some support from them. Romulan ships will be here soon. So we'll have to raise the Borak shields and won't be able to use transporters. Fight with honor, General. Alright, next. That's the first charge, sir. I've downloaded virtual markers to your HUD that will show you where to place additional charges. Sir, Romulans are amassing reserves in multiple locations around the base. The Borak is in synchronous orbit, Captain. We can provide fire support if you supply target coordinates. There's another catwalk on the other side of the rotunda. Let's see. Load that up. Explosion wasn't as big as one would hope. To the right, ground level, and our scans indicate that the building houses a data facility. There was a drop there. Oh well. Akiv's in the promenade outside of a building southwest of your location. But you're separated from him with one of those force fields. There's an access gate on the walkway, but you'll need to disable the force field. If you create a massive power withdrawal at one of the other large facilities, it should temporarily disrupt the field. If you get it back on the rooftops, it'll give you a better vantage point. Yeah, that ship ain't gonna get too far. They got grounded. Told you. Sir, our keys. Oh. Our keys in a reinforced section of the base. You'll need an access chip or else the doors won't open. We're reading a forward observer team on the highest building in your area. If you can get to the officer's access chip, that should get you into the heart of the base. At this point in the game, Federation officers get to carry a fire extinguisher because they pick one up. Klingon officers aren't so lucky. It's like you walk through fire. You know what? Something down around here needs exploding. There you go. That, you know. Death from above. Go. You should be able to use the officer's ID chip to... Wait. You should be able to use the officer's ID chip to bypass the security lock on the access gate in the front of the Central Plaza. Akiv's is directing defense operations from there. Again. It's like down one thing, down one flight of stairs, up another set of stairs, across the bridge, down the stairs, down another set of stairs. You're in the section with Aki's personal offices. He should be just ahead. Talk to the Reman Lieutenant, but okay. We have a problem up here, General. Over the past few minutes, the ship has started to suffer a series of cascading system failures. It's nothing serious yet, but it looks like we're being hit by an Iconian virus. We'll purge the computer memory and restore from archives, but this will take some time, and we'll continue to have system problems until the work is complete. Even if it works, Akiv can simply send another virus our way. You need to find and destroy the Iconian transmitter before the Borak will be secure, sir.
None of this matters. We just need to open the gate, bring the Iconians here, and it will be over.
That was Taurus's plan, too. And you saw how that ended for her.
We finally have the opportunity. Victory is within our grasp.
You call this victory?
I call it a mess.
Over. This is done. You're done.
No! We can still finish... You're the cause of all of this! You don't even understand what you've walked into. You're too late to stop it. A lowly being such as yourself cannot even recognize the true power the Iconians represent. And that any future will depend on a place in their regime. All you've done is arrive in time for the end of existence as you know it.
And I realize that you can't talk with... Oh, damn.
Fool! I can call as many reinforcements as I need.
Not now. My ship has put an interference field around this plaza. It's over.
Hey, wasn't kidding.
You think you've stopped me?
Yes, we did.
The Iconians already know. They know everything. They'll be here soon. And nothing you've done will make a difference. It's not over. It's over for you.
Well, this bad guy was defeated. It's cold-blooded, man.
The road to Riemann independence will be long and bloody, but this is a significant step. While I do not seek your approval of my methods, the crossing of our paths has been fortuitous. It's a pity you cannot aid us further in our liberation. You have my respect, and the respect of my crew. If in the future we encounter one another again as allies, I would find this gratifying. I must return to the Zedinia. I recommend you finish what you came to do and leave quickly.
We've located the Iconian computer systems. They're in a research room near the courtyard, just back the way you came. Yep. Now that you have Aki's pad and his access code, you can get into these research areas. A science officer would be able to walk in here and upload a virus to make the next portion easier. But we're not a science captain. Klingons in science? Get back here! Alright, return to the plaza for B-mount. The arch. It's a huge Iconian gate. Sir, we have your coordinates, but we can't beam you up until the gate is destroyed. We'll start getting a strange interference. We are prepared to destroy the large Iconian gate with an orbital bombardment. We'll target the warhead yield, but we should get to an area away from the blast. Which is over here. Run through the water. Jump in the fountain. Yay!
Sela is here with her flagship. I'm trying to hold her off, but the Zedinia is no match for a ship of that class. You'd better return to your vessel quickly.
Right. Let's beam on out.
Leaders of the Romulan people, this insurrection will not stand. Your hostile actions against a Romulan colony world are acts of war. Surrender now, and you and your crews will be treated fairly as prisoners.
Oh, at least she's being diplomatic.
We have our work cut out for us. I will assist you. After all, we face a common foe. My ship is disabled. You must finish this.
Uh-huh. That's convenient.
Target's shields have failed.
This is your last chance to surrender. The full force of this dreadnought will be turned against any who persist in this.
Where does freelance? We're just here for the punch and pie. He promised us punch and pie. You know, it's all a big misunderstanding.
And you will face the full might of the Romulan Star Empire.
Promises, promises.
Sensors are reading a gate opening. There's a ship coming through. Can't get a sensor lock on it. They're taking the Leoval in tow. They're heading back through the gate.
Kind of a roundabout way. Did Sela just escape, or was she kidnapped against her will? Regardless, this gate is deep in Romulan space. It's too risky to leave it in Tal Shiar control, even with Hakif and the Empress gone.
Ship is under attack.
If that was another Iconian gateway, that explains how they moved entire fleets. We have to get out of Romulan space and warn the homeworld. The Romulan threat may be over for now, but it looks like a bigger threat is looming on the horizon. Alright, so we're gonna wrap up the story arc and everything. And then find someone to raid and all that good stuff.
The Klingon Defense Force will continue the search for Sela's vessel. But as of right now, we have no idea where the Iconians took her, or if she went willingly. I find this turn of events disturbing. Sela's absence will throw the Romulan Star Empire into even greater chaos, and we have found that the Romulans are at their most dangerous when they are wounded. They suffered a grievous wound today. We are not done with them yet. I fear the return of the Iconians could change everything.
Congratulations, General.
Alrighty. And on that bombshell, yeah, we're just gonna, because it's already coming rolling up on 2, so. So we'll close this out. Of course, thank everyone for hanging out and being a part of the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Sweet Linder, thank you very much for resubbing up. That was awesome. Let's do a refresh on Twitch and see who is doing what. And see who we're gonna take the fun over to. We got Twitch Singers, Legend of Zelda-ers, Diablo 3ers. Let's see. Yes, we're going to send things over to Mama Sins, who is doing Diablo 3, Reaper Souls. So again, thank you very much, everyone. Hope all of you have yourselves a great night. Tighten your friendship bracelets, watch your hang down. If you can stick around for the raid, that would be awesome. Till tomorrow, bye.